Once again, this is a bomb initiated by the Back live. Back live on the check this live. The sound is not. We've had some technical glitches here with regards to the commentary and the sound, and we're trying very hard to get that sorted. But while we do, we want to find out from drivers if they're ready. All 14 drivers seem to have got their placings, the cars ready. We are running a little late, and as we wait for race control to give us the green light, move along to ensure that the race gets underway. We do have at race control with Sam Hekender, who's managing the controls to make sure that the cars are running in their respective slots. We've got Jonathan in Singapore. We've got Mohammed Fai, who's handling the operations from Singapore with Vincent O. And it's a team effort. We've got Sabri Salam and Sabri is the CSC side. And as we wait, Sam says that we will be on the way in exactly 5 minutes. This is the Cmsc Mss Cup from Gran Turismo, brought to you in the Suzuka circuit in Japan. We've got 14 drivers, 7 from Sri Lanka, 7 from Singapore, who are vying for slots. They've had a qualifying session last week for the to choose who the drivers are, and we wait for race control to give us the green light. Apologize for the slight delay in the commencement of the event, as we're trying to patch in different drivers from different locations. and we're just about to start now. Told as the cars are all on track, as you can see, Brian Pereira on track now. Right behind him, his brother Kevin. Brian and Kevin, masters at giving each other a tour. But Ethan Yo has clocked the fastest time of 1 minute 57.419. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We now start. Uh, when we start now, the final twilight moments, we will start the qualifying at 2:30 Sri Lanka time, which will be round about 5 o'clock in Singapore. We'll have the race coming to you live on the stream, and we will be with you shortly as we see Brian Pereira and Kevin Pereira as they come to the main straight. This is a long 5.8-kilometer circuit all the way in Suzuka. As we ride on board with Brian, and I'll take you down this circuit, go down to the long first corner from turn 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 and up to turn 6. There, it's a maze of left and right corners. It's serious degradation of the tires. This initial bit, you've got to be really technical to ensure that you do not miss any of the apexes. And these drivers up to turn 6 are winding it left, right, left, right. You cannot falter with your line through these corners. As there you see Brian Pereira as he makes a slight mistake and he gets two wheels off onto the gravel. He managed to stay within that little bit of tarmac. As we'll now ride on board with Kevin as Kevin goes under, and at that moment I think we've gone up to the turn, which is the spool is coming down over to the crossover. There's a bridge just about now where you will see cars go under. You go around to uh, the U-turn, which is a spool, and after the spool you've got the long area where that's where the crossover is, and just past the crossover is the very fast 130R. As they come over the 130R, just about now you'll see Kevin Pereira taking that long left-hander, dropping it one gear, and coming very sharp into a tight right-hander. That's called the Casio triangle. Used to be a chicane in the good old days. And then you have the drivers now coming all the way up to the start-finish line, and that's pretty much a lap of Suzuka. We will start qualifying now. All drivers have been told to be ready, and they will be starting qualifying now, which will commence just about now. And you will see the drivers. I'm sure they're only going to be manage about maybe 2 to 3 laps in the most, because it's a 10-minute qualifying. A lap round this circuit is about a 1 minute 58, and we will start qualifying now. This is qualifying for the CMSC Mss Cup. The first driver out on track is Thiago Pereira in the Porsche. The Porsche being the preferred car by most drivers. It's a lovely car, non-turbo. You've got lots of power, good downforce. It's pretty decent on the tires, I was told, and the fuel. So you might see them, most of them, trying to scamper along with a one-stop strategy, and some of them might decide to do two. With the drivers such as Viren Boteju, who've opted for the Aston Martin. They're bold to try this car. That's Viren in the Aston Martin. We've got Jensen Wong, who has decided to run with the AMG G63, an interesting car. We've got Masvi also, who decided to run the AMG G63. We've got Hayden and Ethan, who decided to run the Nissan GTRs, while everybody else in the pack today have decided to take part in the Porsches. So there you have it, and there you see Masvi, all the way in Singapore, carrying the Simfi branding on the car. He negotiates the spoon curve as you see him going all the way around spoon at the moment, sliding the back very slightly. We'll ride on board with Masli as he goes on his attempt. This is the outlap, and now we have Masli as he comes down up to the 130 yard. We watch him slide, tap on the brake. No, nothing, flat out. I think that was a bit too fast. Masli ran a bit too wide. Maybe he'll learn from that for the next one. As he goes into Casio Triangle, a hard braking right hander into a left hander and a sweeping right hander after that. We ride on board with Viren Boteju as he goes past us in the Aston Martin. Behind him is the driver in the Simfi branding, Simfi driver one. That's Asafi, and he goes into the first corner, the first of the long sweeping left right turns up to turn six. As I told you earlier, these cars are on the limit, so the drivers having to make sure that they do drive within the boundaries of the car and not let it run too wide. Because if you touch the grass or the curbs, you're going to be in big trouble. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors, Falcon Tires and Stamford Tires, all the way in Singapore for making this event happen, and not forgetting our main sponsor in Singapore, Simfi, who have made this whole championship a reality, and our sponsors in Sri Lanka, SLT, Mobiter, as well as Patronas, Cynthia, House of Glass, AAAR, and Lab 57. We're down to 6 minutes remaining in this qualifying session, as we'll ride on board now with Brian Pereira. Brian, a very fast driver as well, with the purpose-driven insignia at the back of his car. Brian also driving the Porsche RSR, followed by his brother Kevin. These cars developing a tremendous amount of downforce as they go through the first bit of the 130R. The fastest time set so far is by Thiago Pereira, 1 minute 59.577. And Viren Boteju has bettered that by getting a lap time of 158.558. And now Ethan Yo has bettered that time by 157.887. So the first of our drivers there who are clocking their representative times, getting the times in now, which are all to do with the first bit of timing. They'll reduce their tires wear and their fuel consumption will also reduce. The amount of fuel in the car will be reducing, which will make the car go faster. So these are all what one would call as banker laps, to make sure that they do get a proper lap in the last bit of qualifying. So that's our driver, our first driver who's crossed the start finish line, Ethan Yo, 1 minute 57.889. As we go again, we ride on board. We ride on board with Ethan Yo. as Ethan Yo clocks the quickest time up to now. Ethan Yo in the GTR, it's a monster of a car. All credit to Ethan for him having to muscle this car around the circuit. He's clocked a time of 1 minute 57.889, and Brian is right behind him. Everybody's gone in for a splash and dash at the pits. I'm sure they've all gone in only for the to change their tires, because most of them want less fuel on their car, as Ethan is still keeping the same time that he achieved earlier, 1:57.889. Brian Pereira is second so far, and we have it there. Brian Pereira, as he goes along the way, he's 0.669 seconds behind Ethan. All the cars now pretty much bunched up. As you can see, Brian has caught up with Asafi. Asafi now in front. There's a train of cars there. I'm sure this is not going to do very much good for their lap times. They need to spread out as Brian tries to find a way around Asafi to find that single slot. So he decided he's going to hold back a little as Brian and Kevin fall back a little from the rest of the drivers. We'll ride on board with Rushdie Irshan. That's another beautifully branded car with all the logos which are required by the sponsors. He's being followed very closely by our second Simfy driver, and that is Jensen Wong. We ride on board with Jensen Wong as he too tries his level best to get a decent lap time. Shammi Alves, another driver from Sri Lanka, who is in the running, is currently in sixth in the timings. Viren Moteju has dropped down to seventh. Tiago Pereira has dropped down to eighth, with Asafi down in ninth place. We've got Masby in the mighty Mercedes. It's a beautiful car. It's beautifully suited for this track, as Masby has clocked a time which is 1.9 seconds away from Ethan. Ethan running away with this, as we have also got that is Ang in the Simfy. Oops, a slight error there, as Ang goes on the grass. Ang driving a Porsche RSR as well, and we've got Hayden there. Hayden driving the second of the GTRs. Another beautiful car with beautiful MSS branding on one side and Simfy RSCL on the other. It's got some sponsors from Liqui-Moly, as we see, and Dunlop tires. Interesting to see a range of sponsors on these cars. So you see him carrying the Simfy and the Liqui-Moly branding. We'll go on now. We'll ride on board with Jensen Wong. Jensen also in the MSS branded car, number 22 being the number on his car on the side. Beautiful color, lovely branding on the car, as we ride on board with Jensen Wong from Singapore. The last of the drivers is Simfy driver number 2. That is, that is Jensen Wong in the AMG. I'm still trying to recognize which car is which, and we'll ride back again with. Oops, there was a bit of a tap there by Ark. I'm sure he didn't realize the car in front was going to stop so fast, and he gave him a bit of a love tap. Nothing lost there. We've got 2 minutes more to go, as all the drivers now scamper along for their last bit of qualifying. If we take it from the top to the bottom, we've got Ethan Yo, who's qualified fastest with a 1:57.889. We've got Brian Pereira in second slot. We've got Rushdie Irshan in third. We've got Kevin Pereira has got the third slot for timing now. Rushdie Irshan in fourth. Akil Risni in fifth. Tiago Pereira in sixth. Shammi Alves in seventh. Viren Moteju in eighth. We've got Asafi in 10th. We've got Ang in 11th. We've got Hayden in 12th. And in the last slot for the day, we've got Jensen Wong. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming to the twilight times of qualifying, as we ride on board with all these drivers. It's a new sport for most of them, as this is the first time they're taking part. Some of these drivers, I will take you through them as we go into the final bits of the race. Some of these guys have got real world experience. Some of them are only sim drivers. Some have raced nothing at all. So it's amazing how these guys have taken part. I'm told that Arn is this is his first time that he's driving. Arn drives with the word called Karaoke 887. So there you have it. Some of these drivers are first time drivers. Some of them are new, but we thank each and every one of them, and we thank all of the people who are watching this on the live stream. I can see there are quite a few who are watching it now. As these cars all go along, they're trying to make sure that they get the last bit of qualifying. Some of them still on their qualifying sessions, as the qualifying has now ended. Ethan Yo starts at the in front. This is a standing start, and we go straight off into the race. We will ride on board with Ethan Yo into the first few corners, and there we see the start line. The drivers all flashing their lights to tell the organizers that they are ready. We thank our sponsors once again: Stamford Tires, Falcon Tires from Singapore, Patronas Syntium in Sri Lanka, SLT Mobitel in Sri Lanka, Lab 57, House of Glass, and AAAR, all from Sri Lanka, and our principal sponsor for the day, Simfy. As the cars take off, Simfy RACL, our main sponsor for the event. As we ride on board with Ethan Yo, all the cars spreading out. Let's see who comes into the first corner. We'll ride on board with Brian, and now we'll get on board with Roshdi Irshad as the cars at the back all fight to make sure that they've all got through without any incident. It's lovely to see these cars all running tooth and nail, buffer to buffer. There was a bit of a tap there from one of the drivers, and Viren Boteju coming a cropper in that. I'm sure he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He goes all the way down to the bottom. It's part of motorsport. It's a long race. We'll ride on board with Asafi and Ken Wu and Asafi now at the back as the drivers all battle for these places. There's a bit of a brewing there. Yes, there is Asafi getting the better of him. Somebody went they did. Beautiful circuit, 5.8 kilometers. As Asafi nicely keeps the car on the inside to make sure that Kenneth Wong cannot go past him. Very smart there. We ride on board again to the top and see if there are any places. And there you find Kevin Pereira very close to the top there, as Rushdie Irshad, Kevin Pereira and Diego Pereira, all of them trying their level best on the outside. These guys fighting tooth and nail, very close. So it's amazing to see Mazvi, Kevin, Irshad, Thiago and Rakil Rizvi all in the same frame as they complete the first lap. Ethan Yo has gone into the first bit of the race, beautifully timed there, as Kevin Pereira negotiates the Casino triangle. We ride on board with Kevin to see what Thiago is going to do to Kevin in the first corner. He's going to get the toe there as he slipstreams right into the block hole there, waiting for Kevin to break. Kevin's smart, weaving the car a little bit to make sure that Thiago does not get the toe, gets into the first bit. And as we see Thiago being chased by Akil Rizvi, all these four Porsches following each other. We'll ride on board with Brian again at second slot as he chases Ethan Yo. Ethan Yo, beautiful lines through those corners, very settled in the in this motorsport game. I had a chat with Ethan. Ethan has a lot of experience, 18 years old, and he's raced in many arts of sim racing, from Gran Turismo to iRacing and Formula One as well. He wants to take part in the Dirt Championship. He's pulled a little bit of daylight between himself and Brian, 1 second between the two now, as Masvi is about 2 seconds away from Brian. But Kevin is being hounded by Thiago and Akil Rizvi. We'll ride on board with this group of cars because there seems to be some action. We hope some action is going to take place as they go through the nice long crossover point of this. I'm sorry, come up to school now after the 200 hour. There you have it. They come down to school to the long straight area where the crossover is as they come up to the 130R. Once again, 7 drivers from Singapore racing against 7 drivers from Sri Lanka. As Thiago tries to go right around the outside, I think that didn't really work for him because he lost the place to Akil Rizki as well, and he may have lost the place. Yes, he drops down 2 slots there as Akil Rizki and Rushdie Irshad both get the better of him under braking. So Thiago lost 2 places there in that little one in the 130R as Akil takes a totally different line and not too sure exactly what the gamesmanship here is, but I think there that the person who's going to blink first might be the one who comes out there, but Kevin manages to stay in front. Kevin Pereira there, followed by Akil Rizki in 5th place, and by Rushdie Irshad, and then by Thiago Pereira, followed by Shami Alvis. So a whole load of cars there in the middle order, all trying to reign supreme here. They're also watching their tires. They're also watching their fuel consumption, as most of them are on the soft compound tires, the racing softs, which will take them. They should be able to go anything between 8 to 10 laps there. All the cars, they are very close to each other. Anything can happen with 3 laps down. It's a long 20-lap race. We'll ride down the order now as we'll ride with Shami, Alvis, and Asafi. Asafi in the beautiful blue car, trailing Shami Alvis there in the black color Porsche. Porsche being the car of choice today. It's an interesting group of cars here. A lot of action take place as they negotiate the 130R and break hard into the Casio triangle. There are 3 cars there, a sandwich of cars between Rushdie Santiago and Shami Alvis. Akil Rizki seems to have got a little bit of ahead of Rushdie Irshad. Rushdie keeping the car clearly on the right side of the circuit to make sure that Thiago doesn't come down the inside. But the gap is quite large between the two. And right now they will be concentrating more on the preservation of tires than taking a place at this point of time. We're back again as we watch these drivers all trying to get a place off from this group of cars, as Kevin Pereira now again being hassled by Akil Rizki and Rushdie Irshad. The trio of cars, an absolute trade here in Suzuka. I'm not really sure how this whole pit stop strategy is not too sure exactly how the pit stop strategies amongst these guys are going to work out, but I think Akil Rizki is planning to do something on the outside. Yeah, it didn't really work. He's tagging him on the inside now. Pushed Kevin out. Didn't really work on that. But let's see. I'm sure they're going to have a long race today, and we'll see exactly how exactly it's going to work. go back to Suzuka. We are trying to sort out a couple of technical glitches as well, and we go as we ride on board with Rushdie Irshan. There was we've had to take off your time to just check, as there was an incident on track, and the stewards had to have a look to ensure that ensure to ensure that there was no incident on track. But yes, these things do happen. There was a bit of an incident between Rushdie Irshan and Akil Risley. We ride on board again with Kevin Pereira, Rushdie Irshan, and we've also seen Asafi, who's managed to now get into sixth place. That's a brilliant drive from Asafi as well. And he's had a bit of an incident somewhere down the line. He's got a 2.3-second penalty. It's not. It's something which does happen to most people because they do have incidents on track. They may have gone beyond the track limits, but given the time of day that these things do happen, I'm sure this penalty will be served by him on track itself. So you see Asafi there in his Porsche serving a penalty, maybe for either bumping a car or in another event that he will send the car four wheels off track. Rushdie Irshan still in fourth place and chasing Kevin Pereira. Let's get up the leaderboard and see. Kevin is 5.3 seconds away from his brother Brian, and Brian is 8.9 seconds away from Ethan Yo. Ethan Yo running away with this event. Amazing drive by him. The only problem I see that Ethan is having is that he will have to come in to change his tires very soon. It looks like it's going to be a two-stop strategy because the tire wear on this first pair of cars is extremely high. I'm not sure whether it is a common denominator or whether it is something that is specific to these two drivers. But having said that, it's going to be interesting to see all the other drivers too having similar tire wear. They're not going to last more than another lap or two in the maximum. Yes, most of the cars are having the same issue. This track, as I said earlier, the tire degradation is extremely high. I'm very impressed with how these boys are driving this, and it's good to see these youngsters. Some of them a little older. I don't want to really say how old some of these drivers are. It's not really nice. But we've got a 15-year-old boy today. I can say how young they are. Hayden, who's running the second GTR, the white color GTR, is 15 years old. So there you have it. We've got a 15-year-old Hayden all the way in Singapore, and we've got a 16-year-old Thiago, who's at the moment fourth in Sri Lanka. We've got Kevin and Brian, who are also in their late teens and early 20s. Most of these drivers extremely young. We've got a couple of drivers who are in the 20s, a few in their 30s, and one driver who's actually 50 years old. So this esport, you have to admit, is not only for the kids, it's for the older ones as well. As we watch Kevin Pereira, as he rides on board, drives that car, his tires seem to have seen the better light of day. But still, yet for all, Kevin managing to keep the gap to 5.5 seconds between his brother Brian and himself. So some of the cars, especially Ethan Yo, having done the earlier pit stop, it will be interesting to see whether he's managed his tire wear adequately. As Asafi is also on pretty much 50% of his tires gone, and once you're at this point, you've got to be really careful. It takes a very slight error to make the car go completely off the track. We see Thiago is catching him in, he's reeling him in by attempt in each of the corners. Uh, Not really making too much progress. Both of these guys, they're all trying to preserve their tires to make sure that they go beyond the 10 lap point. If they get up to the 10 lap point, it's going to be a one stop strategy, while the others are going to be a two stopper. It'll be interesting to see whether Kevin is going to dive in now. No, he doesn't. He continues again, so which means to see that the Porsche drivers are all on a single stop strategy, whereas the other drivers are all going to be running a dual stop strategy. It might work for Ethan Yo. I'm not too sure. A pit stop at this circuit, it takes about 34 seconds, and that is a mountain of time for him to climb or anyone to climb. I'm not too sure. It'll be interesting to see how Hayden is faring, because Hayden is another guy who's running the same car. But you see, Viren Boteju is also coming. He's driving a different car, and the first of the Porsches which have done a pit stop is Ang. Ang has now come into the pits. As we go on board with Ang, uh, as we go on board with Ang and Kenneth Wong as well. He's also finished his pit stop, new tires. As Hayden coming in, he comes into the pits now. So Hayden has managed to hold his car for 8 laps, whereas Ethan Yo couldn't manage to hold the car for that duration of time. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the CMSC MSS Cup Round 1, brought to you by Sim5 RSCL, who are our principal sponsors, along with Stamford Tire and Falcon Tires. We've had a couple of technical issues. This is the first time we're running an event between Singapore and Sri Lanka. Do bear with us, but we thank each and every one of you for your time. Big shout out to all our people watching this event online on the CMSC Race channel. I'm sorry, we've had some technical issues to restream this on Facebook, on the MSS Facebook site, and the other streaming platforms. We will figure this one out. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka is under lockdown, and the technical capabilities from our end is just down to myself and Sam here. But nevertheless, we are trying to do the best we can and give you the best of motorsport that money can buy. So there you have it again. We ride on board with Ethan Yo as Ethan now catches up with Shami Alvis. Ethan on the fresher tires, Shami on the older tires. As you can see, Ethan clearly on the inside, brakes a tad too late, a tad later, not too late, a tad later than Shami, gets the car nicely rotated around that corner into the first long right-hander, into the left-hander, flat out there, into the right-hander again, right round that curve, beautiful lines there, takes the car slightly out and gets it back in nicely round the corner, and he's going to be catching Thiago, who's in third place at the moment now. So Ethan in fourth, Thiago in third, and Thiago will be taken by Ethan very soon, because the top three drivers now are totally on a roll to make sure that they run their cars to the 10th lap. Thiago's smart, lets him go, because they're running on totally different strategies. I'm sure the top three drivers now, Brian, Kevin, and Thiago, will come in for their mandatory pit stop. I don't think they have many tires left. The cars are also very low on fuel. They're pretty much on fumes, as Ethan Yo now has to make sure that he gets a lead of another 30 seconds off Brian Pereira to make this win stick. It's gamesmanship, a different strategy. Beautiful car there, a Nissan GTR with the MSS logo, the purpose-driven logo, the Stamford Tires logo, the Falcon Tires logo, and not forgetting our principal sponsor, Simfi RACL. As you see, Thiago now having fallen about 2 seconds away from Ethan. They're on totally different strategies, which is smart, which is not required. We don't want to race these guys, but they're all going to come in, as Brian is the first of our drivers. Brian, Kevin, and Thiago, they'll all come in. We'll ride on board with Thiago to show you what a pit stop looks like. And as Ethan Yo now takes the lead again, these guys all have 1% and 4% of fuel. They'll tank themselves all the way up and run hopefully to the checkered flag. As we wait for Thiago to come in for a pit stop, for most of the viewers, this will be the first time they'll see a pit stop, and it's fitting that we have it in Japan. Tires changed, car is being refueled, As Tiago waits there, we see all the branding: Petronas Synthium, Purpose Driven, SLT Mobitel, Triple AR, Lab 57, and the Ceylon Motorsports Club logos on these cars, along with the national flag. The car being fueled, car is off, and there you have it. Tiago is now coming out in ninth place. So that's how far he has dropped, and he will be now losing that ninth to Viren, who just about comes out. And a bad day for Viren. He didn't really. I'm not too sure. The stewards may look at that as to how that happened. It was a bit of a moment there as we saw Thiago coming onto the track and Viren coming out there as well. Not too sure whether they saw each other, but Viren having to run a little too wide, and maybe the stewards are going to have a look at it there. So there you have it. We ride on board with back again with Brian. Brian now having caught. As we ride on board with Brian. Now Brian following right on the tail of Ang. Ang in the Karakoram 887 car. These drivers, some having different names and some having their real world names on their cars. Brian catching Karakoram, or Ang as we call him, as he snakes around a little. I'm not too sure what exactly happened there. He's gone into the pits and think he has forgotten to re-fuel the car. He's done a tire change. Yes, I think the poor guy has forgotten to do a tire. He changed his tires, not done a fuel stop, not added his fuel. So therefore, he's had to go in for a second stop there, which elevates the entire bunch by one place, as Ethan Yo is now clearly in the lead, having a 20-second gap to Rushdie Irshad. Rushdie, I'm sure, fueled less than the rest because he has jumped the other cars in the pits. Rushdie was behind the other cars before he went in, and he's taken on less fuel. He may be strategy to gain a place on track, but it might also run him a little low on the fuel. These guys have good sense on this one, and we've also got the second of the Singaporean drivers who's in third place. He is Masbi, if I'm not mistaken. That is Masbi in third place in the second GTR, and he is being caught by Akil Rizni. So Akil 1.3 seconds away from Masbi, and Akil there being chased also by Brian Pereira. As if you look at it, Brian has a lot more fuel than Akil. So Akil too has taken on less fuel. So Rushdie Irshan and Akil Rizni have taken on less fuel, and I think they're in for a two-stop strategy, while Brian, Kevin, and Thiago are clearly on a single-stop strategy. They're nursing their cars along, and Shami Alvis is on the same strategy as well. So it'll be interesting to see different strategies coming out of this whole moment of racing as we ride on board with Kevin Pereira. Kevin now just 2.2 seconds away from Asafi, and Thiago is 7 seconds behind Kevin. A lot of daylight between Thiago and Kevin. It's good to see these guys. They're all in different strategies. The last bit of this race is going to be phenomenally interesting as we ride on board with them to see who is who and where they will be. As Brian catches Akil Rizni, I think Akil now is up with the realization that his fuel strategy may not work for him. He's going pretty much on a conservative drive. Akil Rizni now being taken very close with Brian, and if Akil is smart, he will not hold Brian up, because by holding Brian up, he's not going to gain anything for himself, as Brian is completely on a totally different strategy. I'm not too sure whether Brian too can manage to take this thing all the way to the wire, but They do have a limited amount of fuel left, and I don't see the car managing to do 7 laps. So from what I see, Rushdie, Akhil, and Brian all no, Brian might be able to make it, but Rushdie and Akhil are clearly on a different strategy. They will have to come in for a second pit stop while everybody else, Ethan and Akhil will have to do sorry, 1, 2, and 3. Ethan, Rushdie, Irshan, and Akhil Rizni will all have to come in for a second pit stop, while Brian and everybody below him will manage to run this race all the way up to the flag with a single pit stop. And Brian there in the 130R takes Akhil Rizni on the inside, breaks a little later into the Casio triangle. Akhil tried to take him, but I don't think that's the place that would have worked for him. And as we will go ahead with Masli, he has gone in for a fuel stop. He's also interestingly taken on a set of medium compound tires, which elevates Thiago and Shami up to 7th and 8th respectively. Um, Asafi is all by himself. He's got Kevin Pereira 1.9 seconds behind him. Beautiful color, blue and orange, with the Simfi logo on one side and the I'm sorry, Simfi logo on both sides. Simfi Solutions, it says on the car. I'm trying to read the logos as they drive past me as well. Car's going pretty fast, and I'm trying to read it from here. Akhil Rizni's now falling off on Brian Pereira. He is, I'm sure, now at the point where he realizes he has to come in for a pit stop, and the gap between Ethan Dio and Brian Pereira, position 1 and 2, is now 25 seconds. Ethan Dio needs to have about 7 more seconds gap between him if he's to go in and out of the pits and come out without losing his first place. For sure, Rushdie Irshan and Akhil Rizvi will not be in the top 2 because I think Ethan and Brian have got this thing covered. But it will be very hairy between Rushdie Irshan, and there you have it. Ethan Yu has now gone into the pits. He's been on a set of medium compound tires. He's gone into the pits. Let's ride on board with Brian Pereira and see where exactly Brian comes out in relation to Ethan Yu. We go back, and that is Rushdie Irshan. He dives into the pits as well, and I was right there. Rushdie Irshan has gone into the pits. Brian Pereira is now leading the race. Brian is in front. Where exactly is Ethan? I don't see Ethan on the track. Yes, Ethan is second, and I was right. You need 33 seconds to do a pit stop in and out, and Ethan has got back slightly into his straps, and he has lost his slot to Brian Pereira. The gap between Ethan and Brian now 7 seconds. But, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that Brian Pereira and Ethan Dio, these guys are going to take it all the way up to the wire. All the way. Because if you look at it, Brian, Ethan was over 7 seconds faster than Brian when he went into the pits. Gone into the pits, and that is going to, at the end of the race, I have a feeling that Ethan might actually get up to Brian and have the capability to overtake Brian, because if what I see, Ethan is closing the gap, and Ethan's got the fresher tires. He's got a racing soft tires, as you can see. He's also got a full tank of fuel. He doesn't have to conserve. He doesn't have to think about anything. Whereas Brian has lost almost 20% of his tires. He's gone down to half tank. He may have to conserve his tires at some point of time, and that is going to give Ethan a chance to come all the way up. Ethan has dropped the gap from 7 seconds to 6 seconds now, 5.7. So he's eating into Brian Pereira's lead. There's nothing that Brian can do about it now. He's got to just make sure that he drives conservatively. As we see, Kevin Pereira now is also not getting caught by Thiago, but Kevin has caught hold of Asafi. I think yes, it's Asafi. Asafi in third place, followed by Kevin Pereira, who's in fourth. We'll ride on board with these two guys for a little while to see exactly what's happening. And whether Kevin can get the better of Asafi. They are both running pretty much the same strategy. Asafi has a little less fuel and a little more tire wear, whereas Kevin has a lot fresher rubber and a lot more fuel. So in the last bit of this race, you will see these guys all trying very hard to keep the other at bay. Brian, I think, can manage it. He's dropped down. Ethan Yo has brought the gap down to 4.7 seconds. That is quite an achievement from our side. 3.9. The gap's down to 3.9 now. And we have it there. It's a brilliant race, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming down to the wire as we ride on board with Ethan Yo. Ethan hounding down Brian Pereira for that top slot. The battle of the giants. One Japanese car in Japan against a German car from driven by Brian Pereira, the Porsche RSS. As we see Asafi now getting hounded by Kevin Pereira, and Thiago still 6.3 seconds away from Kevin. The, uh, the interesting times as we see there, we have 4 more laps to go. The two Porsches snaking around the 130R as they would come heavily banking into the right hander of the Casio triangle. On the curbs there, as Asafi gets it, places the car squarely in the right slot, and to make sure that Kevin doesn't get it, I'm sure Asafi got a better run there. The gap has increased. It was right under 3 tenths, and now it's gone up to 5. Kevin getting the toe, which is why the gap is reducing, but under braking, Asafi manages to pull another 3 tenths away, and the gap now going up to 8 tenths. Interesting times. We ride on board with Thiago. Thiago managing to keep it at 6.2 seconds, and Shami Alvis is there. Let's ride on board. There's a battle brewing between Shami Alvis and Rushdie Irshad. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of fighting there, as that duo fights there. Rushdie is going on the outside, but Shami is an astute driver. He's not going to allow Rushdie to go around it. Let's go down the pack and watch to see how Masvi is faring. Masvi, in that mighty monster of a GTR, is muscling the car around. All credit to Masli. Amazing driving by him. As we ride on board with Masli, we must ride on board with Ang as well. Where is he? Ang is there. Yes, there you have Ang in that beautiful Porsche, very different color to everybody else. He managed to keep the car in one color. Very limited branding, but very beautiful branding. Simpai RACL on the side of the car, MSS on the other side of it. Viren Boteju unfortunately had a bad two incidents today. He was taken out. The stewards will have a look at it later. We also got our Simpai driver 2, Jensen Wong, in the second of the GTRs. Credit to him. This car is not easy to muscle around this track. Kenneth Wong in the second of the Porsches. The next of the Porsches, beautiful car, lovely color, two-tone, number 22 on the side of it. MSS and Simfy RACL was also there. You got the Stamford and the Falcon branding as well. And our young man, 15-year-old Hayden, is in the Nissan GTR. 100 out of 100 for branding. The car looks phenomenally beautiful, black and white, with that Simfy RACL branding, Liquimoly on the other side, MSS on the other side. I see the FIA logo. He's managed to ensure that all the logos are beautifully appointed. I see the purpose-driven logo as well. All credit to him. We wish him all the very best in his first time out running this. 15 years of age, sim driver, running this thing. And now we see we missed it somewhere as we Right on board with Ethan Yo. Ethan has overtaken Brian Pereira. I told you earlier, ladies and gentlemen, he had the benefit of the tires, he had the benefit of the speed, he had the benefit of the fuel, and we ride on board with Ethan. Phenomenal speed, lovely driving by him. Credit and a total, how should I say, encouragement to other Singaporean sim drivers to come and take part in this championship. Sim driver one, if sim 5 driver one, that is Asafi, is being hounded now by Kevin Pereira. Kevin on the bumper of Asafi. Both these guys have limited tires left. I hope they don't make a mistake and both go off, because that would be tragic. These guys are very close to each other, but you have to give credit. There's a lot of gamesmanship here. They give a lot of respect. There's no touching, limited amount of contact or no contact at all. As you see the two cars running parallel there, and healthy respect for each other, as Asafi runs a little too wide but still manages to keep it in place. Brakes for the Casio triangle, gets the car nicely appointed there. Rushdie Irshan also in that same frame, and we see. Oh dear, I think he may have cut a corner there, because he's got a thumping penalty of 2.4 seconds in the Casio triangle. That is really unfortunate, as Kevin takes him on the inside, breaks a tad later, and Asafi has to yield the corner, and he's also got to pay the penalty as well. The penalty can be served on track. I hope he manages to do this, because Rushdie Irshan is only 1.5 seconds behind him. He's got to keep the pace. He's also got to serve his penalty. The penalty is served as soon as you lift your accelerator or the throttle. When you get off the throttle and press the brake, the penalty starts reducing, and it must be showing on him. But unfortunately, his tires are completely shot. I hope he can last another 1.5 laps. That is a lot of tire wear there. The car is going to be squirreling around on this track. I can see the car. He's finding it really difficult now to hold the rear of the car. He's also lost a lot of fuel, and he's lost the place as well. These cars at the latter part of it, they do snake around a lot. Thiago is 7 seconds away from Simfai, and it's Asafi. It's a tough one here. We're going to see whether Thiago can catch him. But in the top three, it is still Ethan Yo, Brian Pereira, and Kevin Pereira. Credit there, as you see Asafi now having struggling, as Sam just said, struggling away. And did I see Kevin and Rushdie Irshan having a fight there as well? Oh boy, they're going at it as well. The pink car with the red car, as Rushdie takes the car with two wheels on the off the asphalt, and the gap there between Ethan Yo now and Brian Pereira, which has now gone up to 6 seconds. They go around quite a bit. There's a lot of track there. As we go ride, we'll ride on board with Ethan Yo. Ethan on the first of the SLs. As he goes down, the car snaking a little bit there, but still safe. It's a long way to go. Comes under the bridge where the crossover will take place, and the little right-hander there, and into another right-hander, and the bridge where the crossover is. One of those rare tracks that you have the cars going over and under. We ride on board with Ethan. Amazing drive, qualified on pole, and he starts the race. The next race, unfortunately, he will start at the back because it's a reverse grid. The finishing order of this will depict the starting order of the next race. So Ethan Yo will start right at the back, and our young man Hayden will start on pole for race 2, as it is now. Ethan Yo, Brian Pereira, Rushdie Irshan, Kevin Pereira there, uh, Asafi, and Thiago Pereira there in 6th place, Shami Alvis in 7th, Akil Rizmi in 8th, Mazvi in 9th, Karpare is Ang in 10th, Viren Boteju in 11th, Jensen Wong in 12th, Kenneth Wong in 13th, and Hayden in 14th. And we ride on board with Ethan as he passes the start finish line. Congratulations to Ethan Yo on winning the first race of today. Ethan Yo having beaten Brian Pereira by 11 seconds, a mighty achievement by Ethan Yo. Brian Pereira coming second, and Rushdie Irshan coming third. A very close Kevin Pereira in fourth place. In fifth place, we have our Simfi driver 1, who is Asafi. And Asafi, I think he ran out of fuel on the line. And Shami Alvis is sixth. Akil Rizni in seventh. And must be in eighth. Karo in ninth. Viren Poteju in 10th. And Ang in 11th, Kenneth Wong in 12th, and Hayden in 13th. I think Thiago Pereira somewhere down the line has disconnected, and we've lost him from the race today. So there you have it. Thiago has disconnected from the event, and we've only got 13 drivers in this championship. As we go down, Ethan Yo in pole. We'll come back to you with race 2 in about 10 minutes, and we'll come back to you, ladies and gentlemen. Do bear with us.
Just as I have to keep cool, calm, and composed under pressure to perform at my best, so does the power unit. During the race, temperatures inside the car soar, but Petronas Centium helps to keep the inner cool, juicing friction and absorbing excessive heat within the power unit to ensure that optimal performance, efficiency, and reliability can be extracted.
I'm Rob from Grip RS, and we're down here at Stanford Tires HQ at Lock Yard. Stanford has been a brand that's been around since the 1930s, and they have an extensive network all around Singapore. Today at the HQ, we're going to give you a walkthrough tour of their workshop and talk about some of the products and services they provide. So here's the tire side of the workshop. So you can see a couple major brands that they carry are Falcon and Continental, which are renowned all over the world. Talking about tires, so you see a few customers getting their tires and wheels changed over today. And I guess we'll talk a little bit about maintaining the life of your tires. So over here you see There's tires being balanced to make sure that you don't get the vibration right on the road. And here's a laser alignment rig. So this is a state-of-the-art alignment service that they provide that makes sure that the tires you buy last the longest life that they can last. Over here, you can see the rest of Stanford's facility, and you can see really how large their workshop is. Besides the tires, Stanford also offers servicing. So whether you've got a continental vehicle or Japanese or Korean vehicle, you can bring it over here. So whether it's a minor service or something more major like suspension or other repairs, Stanford really offers a one-stop motoring solution. I'm inside the showroom now, and you can see this huge selection of wheels behind me. I think when I'm modifying a car or want to customize it to my look, the biggest visual impact is to change the wheels on your vehicle. So any JDM enthusiast will recognize these names like Rays, like Wed Sport. So Stanford also carries its own in-house range, this SSW wheels, and they carry all the appropriate certifications, TUV, JWL, and EAC certification, and is marketed all around the world. You can see some of the accessories on sale here. When I come into one of these showrooms, the first aisle I go down here is usually the car cleaning products. So over here, you can see some of the car cleaning products available. So I personally choose Maguire's. So it's Chinese New Year, time to give yourself some love. And if you're gonna do that, I think it's worthwhile buying a premium product, and you'll be really makes the result worthwhile. And here we have the real star of Stanford. It's a Stanford Tires Auto Rescue Van. So I think when it comes to driving, the most unglamorous part about it is maybe being stuck on the expressway late at night, or maybe it's early in the morning when you're going to get to work and you've got a flat battery, you can't start. So we talked about Stanford's service. So they've miniaturized the whole thing into these 5 meters here, and they will come to you any time of the day.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art? Or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Race 2 is just about to commence as we start race 2 of the Cmsc Cup, sponsored by Simfi and also co-sponsored by Stamford Tires. Stamford Tires having established over 80 years in Singapore, currently one of the leading tires in Singapore as well. We've got mega marts and they've got tire mart outlets all around Singapore and Malaysia, and we thank them for coming and taking sponsorship with us. They've got Falcon tires, Dunlop, Continental, and Maxim tires, all on their card of tires which are available. And as we wait for Thiago Pereira, who will now lead race 2 as he was last in race 1 due to a technical problem. He goes off into race 1 and we watch as one of the cars goes off the track and gets hit by somebody. Not too sure exactly what happened. And we ride with the middle of the pack. And I think the race might be red flag. We're going to red flag the start. We're going to restart and red flag. There's been an incident on race 1, and the stewards will be taking a new start. Yeah, we're going to start. Stop. Lead through. Yeah. No, we will. Yeah.
Yes, cancel all this, please.
And re-enter the room.
Yeah, you need to enter the room after that.
Just as I have to keep cool, calm, and composed under pressure to perform at my best, so does the power unit. During the race, temperatures inside the car soar, but Petronas Centium helps to keep the inner cool, reducing friction and absorbing excessive heat within the power unit to ensure that optimal performance, efficiency, and reliability can be extracted.
I'm Rob from Grip RS, and we're down here at Stamford Tires HQ at Lock Yam. Stamford has been a brand that's been around since the 1930s, and they have an extensive network all around Singapore. Today at the HQ, we're going to give you a walkthrough tour of their workshop and talk about some of the products and services they provide. So here's the tire side of the workshop. So you can see a couple major brands that they carry are Falcon and Continental, which are renowned all over the world. Talking about tires, so you see a few customers getting their tires and wheels changed over today. And I guess we'll talk a little bit about maintaining the life of your tires. So over here you see This tires being balanced to make sure that you don't get the vibration right on the road. And here's a laser alignment rig. So this is a state-of-the-art alignment service that they provide that makes sure that the tires you buy last the longest life that they can last. Over here, you can see the rest of Stanford's facility, and you can see really how large their workshop is. Besides the tires, Stanford also offers servicing. So whether you've got a continental vehicle or Japanese or Korean vehicle, you can bring it over here. So whether it's a minor service or something more major like suspension or other repairs, Stanford really offers a one-stop motoring solution. I'm inside the showroom now, and you can see this huge selection of wheels behind me. I think when I'm modifying a car or want to customize it to my look, the biggest visual impact is to change the wheels on your vehicle. So any JDM enthusiasts will recognize these names like Race, like Wed Sport. So Stanford also carries its own in-house range, this SSW wheels, and they carry all the appropriate certifications, TUV, JWL, and EAC certification, and is marketed all around the world. You can see some of the accessories on sale here. When I come into one of these showrooms, the first aisle I go down here is usually the car cleaning products. So over here, you can see some of the car cleaning products available. So I personally choose Maguire's. So it's Chinese New Year, time to give yourself some love. And if you're gonna do that, I think it's worthwhile buying a premium product, and you'll be really makes the result worthwhile. And here we have the real star of Stanford. It's a Stanford Tires Auto Rescue Van. So I think when it comes to driving, the most unglamorous part about it is maybe being stuck on the expressway late at night, or maybe it's early in the morning when you're going to get to work and you've got a flat battery, you can't start. So we talked about Stanford's service. So they've miniaturized the whole thing into these 5 meters here, and they will come to you any time of the day.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
All right, we're back. We had a bit of an incident. A couple of cars had a little bit of coming together on that start finish line. And in exactly 10 seconds, the lights will go green and we will have race 2 commencing for the day. And we thank once again, our sponsors from Stanford Tires. Stanford, an establishment established in the 1930s with over 80 years of experience, with a multitude of tire brands such as Falcon, Dunlop, Continental, and Maxim. And we right now on board with our racing drivers, we go to the back of the pack, which is it's nicer to see from the back as to what is happening. And or we go somewhere there to the middle, we see all the drivers as they wait for the starters' orders. See all the cars parked there, all in line, standing start as the takes off, followed by Hayden. C5 driver 2 has managed to get the lead of Hayden, and Viren Boteju has come into second slot. Now Viren in lot 2 as we ride on board with Viren. Viren is chased by uh, C5 driver 2, that is Jensen Wong, and Hayden has fallen down in fourth place. Little Hayden is snaking around in his car there as we have Kenneth Wong also giving Hayden a bit of a hard time. Kenneth in the beautiful Porsche there. Lovely car, lovely track, lovely weather, and we wish all our drivers all the very best. We seem to have lost volume again, but we'll try our level best to sort it out as we go into lap 1. Going to lap 1, we still have Thiago in front, followed very, very closely by Viren, 1.1 seconds away from Thiago. Thiago now leading the pack in this unfortunate incident in race 1 where his PlayStation had disconnected in the last lap after crossing, but we do not have classification for him. Therefore, he starts right in front, followed by Viren Boteju, and then we've got Jensen Wong in third place. We've got Hayden in fourth. We've got Masdi in fifth. We've got Kenneth Wong in sixth, and Kenneth Wong dives down the inside and tries to get the better of Masdi, but the three Singaporean drivers battling it out there as Akil Rizny, Kevin Pereira, and Ang from Singapore all try to battle for the mid slots. And there we have it. It's all there. They're driving very, very fast into the first corner again. That long sweeping right-hander. The cars all snaking around. The first lap there. It's unfortunate that we've lost the volume completely. Right in the middle of this whole melee of cars, we've got Masbi still leading the pack there. Masbi ahead of Sim5 driver 1, that is Asabi. Asabi going down the inside there, trying to break a little later, and Masabi having none of it. And there you have it, right into that long curve there, which is the Dunlop curve. The Dunlop curve, beautiful curve, going around right around there. They have to make sure that they throttle it perfectly and they don't throttle too much, otherwise they're going to have problems there. Beautiful drive by Masabi to make sure that we have Asafi not trying to get the better of him. All these cars running tooth and nail. The top country drivers are pulling away, but the bottom are having issues. They're right in the middle of this pack. Must be being hassled by Asafi. Beautiful drive now. Let's see what they're I think that they're going to try over 20 laps, 5.8 kilometers per lap, and this circuit, the most beautiful circuits that you can get in Formula One. It is a very technical track, and no one is really going to be a winner until the 20th lap, and everybody has managed to make sure that they are on the right platform or pit stops. We will ride again with as you see the driver right behind him. Akil Rizny trying everything in the book to get that spot back. Not easy, not easy. With a long 6 kilometers from the first stop in, which takes you up the hill, left, right, left, right, you've got to make sure that you brake at the right point, get the right apex brushing points up at the right, you've got to get your adjustment at the right point. There you see Mazda is still managing to hold in front while you find the top three drivers, Viren Potetu now having fallen 2.5 seconds away from Thiago and Hayden having fallen another 2.5 seconds away from Viren. So these guys on the reverse trail, the point of the fact the drivers have to catch up now. As you see, our race one winner, uh, Ethan Joe has managed to climb his way all the way up to 8th place. Ethan Joe there in 8th place, watching to see what's going to happen in front of him. He's caught up, he's 8 seconds away from the race leader. Ethan Joe in that mighty GTR, he had a totally different strategy. Going from there, all the way from the front. Now he starts at the back of the pack and he focus his way up the hill into the 180R, flat out right left-hander. And I don't think going parallel to that corner is a good idea. Yes, he'll step back to the file line. And then as he goes down the inside, breaks a little later than Akil recently and takes that stop from Akil saying thank you very much. Now he's got must be in his sights after down the straight. The mighty GTR the Mercedes also has brilliant straight line speed, but Ethan will look down the inside, 15, 18 years of age. Ethan has a look, goes back in, says not this lap, not this corner, and he goes down the inside, beautifully done on Busby. Beautiful lining of the car there. We have to give credit to this boy, 18 years of age, sim racing driver, all the way from the back, and being on a car which is going to Apollo by itself with no real contact with anybody. I think he went a bit too fast in the corner as we had Simpai driver 2, that is Kenneth Kinchens at home, taking away that mighty Mercedes, the big cat that they call it, because it wants to ride around this track. Pretty thirsty on its in this world, hard on its tires, but Jensen managing to keep the car in front, sees on the blue color car of Ethan all in his mirrors, and Ethan goes all the way round Jensen in the corner, just smooth. And now it's Dunlop curve, out of Dunlop curve, they come out into the spoon, the legendary corner, which is the long corner, which is called the spoon, and there you have it. They go around spoon into the area where the crossover happens. That's where the bridge is. The cars go under you, and they go all the way around on the 130R, flat out there. The pace that Ethan Joe has is tremendous. He's managed to come all the way from the 14th spot. Now he is in 5th, in 4th, and he's chasing down Hayden in 2.9 seconds ahead of Ethan Joe. So we are 4 laps into this race in Suzuka. Let me take a moment to thank our sponsors. Once again, Stanford Tires and Falcon Tires. Falcon, from Sumitomo Rubber Industries in Japan. They are very proud to be a part of this whole program. They're running in their home country. Falcon Tires are well known in many parts of the world, mostly for their motorsport activities as well. And Falcon is part of the championship which the Scott Motorsports Club and Sigma Motorsports Club are conducting. Falcon is also available in Sri Lanka by their agents in here. We also want to thank our other sponsors, Simpai, RACL, who are our technical partner and our principal sponsor who made this thing happen. Mohammed Fai, who is part of this whole championship, has been a mover and shaker along with MSS. And we thank everybody here. We thank our local sponsors in Sri Lanka, Petronas Indium, Mobitel, SLT Mobitel, as well as Lab 57, House of Glass, and AAAR. Most importantly, we must thank officials who have been spending most of the last 2 weeks trying to put this event together. I know there are a couple of issues technically. The stream was a little late, the commentary was a little blurred at points, but do forgive us. These things will be sorted for round 2, and we want you to be with us. We have a whole bunch of people watching this on the live stream as we ride on board again with the other drivers. There you have it. Masvi was being run quite heavy by the other drivers. Must be managing to get the better of Simfy driver 2. That is Jensen Wong. Jensen Wong being taken by Must be in that big monster of his. He's getting he's all over the place there. And as Kevin Pereira tries to get the better of Jensen Wong as well, tough place to do it. The casino triangle is not the way place to go. As Kevin Pereira is followed by brother Brian Pereira, who's sitting all the way in Australia, joining us. Brian said that he has to go off this race early because he's got a curfew in Melbourne. But beautiful inside dive. Unfortunately, couldn't really make it stick. That was Hayden there, very adventurous, and both Hayden and Jensen Wong came across of that, and that elevated Brian and Kevin to fifth and fourth. I'm not too sure what happened. Viren was right there with the lead back, and he's dropped all the way down to fourth place. As Ethan now is chasing down on Thiago, all the way from the back in 14th place. That is Ethan Yo now on a charge, chasing Thiago, who is 5.5 seconds away from the rest of the pack. Thiago having a bad first race, having come fifth officially according to the timesheets, but unfortunately the game did not classify him, even though he did finish the race in fifth place. Race one, the game did not classify him, so the stewards of the meet decided to drop him all the way to the as a non-finisher in race one, which made him start from the back. We've lost the driver, Hayden. I'm not too sure what exactly happened, and I think he's had a technical glitch as we ride with Shami Alvis, who's last, and Simfy driver 1, that is Asafi. Don't know really what happened to these guys, but in the middle of the pack, trust me, there's a lot of argy-bargy going along, and the drivers are fighting tooth and nail to get position on track. I'm sure that pit stops are going to come very, very soon as we see some of the drivers losing their tires here. We are sad to see Hayden go, a 15-year-old boy from Singapore, as Brian is the first of the guys to blink. He's got a tire change, and he's gone in there on lap 6. That means he's coming for a 2-stop, not a 3-stopper. It's going to be a very early stop. So we've got Ang as well as Brian, who's coming on the 6th lap. Let's go up the ladder again and see exactly where the others are in this whole process. We've got Simfy driver 2. That's Jensen Wong being chased by Akhil Rizni. We wish Jensen all the very best. Akhil is a tough contender, and he's all over the back of Jensen Wong, trying it on the left, trying it on the right, trying to go around the outside. I think he may have made on the inside, but Jensen is all the way around on the outside, and he has to yield track position to Akhil. That was a tough one for Jensen, but all credit to him. That's a big car to handle on this circuit, and he also has a little bit of a penalty for going off track 4 wheels. As we ride again with Must be still in 6th place, and Viren Boteju there. Viren is also on a charge. He was second at one point, and now I can see his tires have totally gone away from him. Viren has a tendency of choosing the wrong car every year. Unfortunate for him, but he wants to be different. Kevin Pereira in 3rd place. Thiago now has dropped his lead, or Ethan has caught Thiago, and he's now exactly 3 seconds away from Thiago, and he's catching him. That's a mighty run by the GTR. That's a big car, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ethan too might put his head into the pits. Yes, he has. Thiago and Ethan both have come into the pits at this particular point. We will ride with the two of them. They're not going to be leading this race for too long, as Kevin Pereira takes the lead, and Viren also stays out on track. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Cmsc Mss Cup for the Race at Home Championship, brought to you by Simfy, the mighty people who manufacture the the simulators in Singapore. Simfi RSCL is an e-sport platform promoting e-sport around Asia and founded by CEO, former of Simfi Solutions, the sim racing hardware company in Singapore, with the ultimate aim to bring motorsport and e-sport racing to the highest level, organized by the Motorsports Club of Singapore and the Federation of International Automobile, the FIA. Throughout the last 3 years, Simfi and RSCL have hosted several rounds of championships in the region, and I'm very pleased to be back again with the Scout Motorsports Club today and to run this Cmsc MSS Race from Home Cup Championship. Kevin Pereira in the lead as he holds stead by 4.8 seconds all the way around this 5.8 kilometer circuit. I'm sure Kevin and Viren will have to come in for a splash and dash at some point. The pit stops in this race have been much earlier than the ones they ran in the first race. The drivers may have learned something from race 1 and are now changing their strategy for race 2. So we will see Ethan and Thiago coming up the grid. They've got fresher tires, they've got fresher rubber, their lap times seem to be still better. Thiago still has the fastest lap time achieved during the day. It's 1 minute 58, 1:59.738, and in the pits, Ethan has managed to jump Thiago. So Thiago is now almost 1 second behind Ethan. A very, very interesting battle brewing here. Not too sure whether the GTR has the same pace. I'm sure the GTR has far better pace than the Porsche, but the Porsche on the long runs has far better tire management and fuel management. So it'll be interesting to see out of these drivers who's going to blink first. As you see, Ethan and Thiago have now risen up the ranks, and they are at the moment in third and fourth. But that goes to say that Kevin Pereira and Asafi have not done their pit stops as yet. Hence, that is the reason that they are leading this race. But ladies and gentlemen, from past experience, it tells me that it takes 33 to 34 seconds to do a pit stop at this circuit. So these guys are on, from what I understand, a single stop strategy, whereas the other drivers are on a two-stop strategy. So Kevin Pereira, if I see it, has a very, very good chance to lead this race at the end of it, because he will have 34 seconds less of pit stops, while the others will have to do a pit stop and go. But having said that, you will see that Thiago and Ethan are only a second away from Kevin and from the Sim5 driver, that is Asafi, and the two of them are going through the pack. Asafi is really delaying the process of Ethan, and Thiago has now got up to the back end of Ethan Yo. He's going to take it all the way to the wire. Ethan is not running away with the race like he did with the first race. This time there is going to be an issue, and this hold up right round spoon unless he goes all the way around. Ethan goes all the way around, and he makes contact. I knew that was going to come, because that's not the place to try it. As well as Thiago going down the inside, getting the toe from Asafi, and not really making much progress there. But Asafi has to be careful because his tires are shot. If he tries too much, he's going to go off. And that is, I'm sorry, it's not Asafi, it is Ethan and Kevin Pereira, who's, sorry, no, that is Asafi who's in third spot. And now as Asafi goes down the main straight, I'm sure Thiago's going to go down the inside of him. Yes, he does. That car will have far better rubber, better traction out of the corner. And I hope and pray Asafi doesn't try to go around the outside, because his tires are not as good as Thiago's. He's going to go running way too wide and go off the track. Asafi makes it right around the corner. That is brilliant there. But in the process, Thiago has lost about 7/10 to Ethan. And that might affect the overall running of this his run in the whole process. Thiago now in second place, following Ethan and Kevin Pereira. We have to give Kevin credit for this. He's managed to run 10 laps, and he's going to come into the pits at the end of this lap. Brilliant drive from the young man. He's a go-karter at heart. He's raced Formula LGBs in Sri Lanka. He's raced go-karts. He's been running in the Endurance Racing Championship in Sri Lanka. A lot of experience and e-sport as well. as you see, Thiago now clawing back little by little from Ethan Yo. Brilliant drive by everybody here. Very clean, very committed. And Brian Pereira, the brother of Kevin Pereira, is in fifth place. He hasn't really made up the grounds that he would have made up, but he has also done a pit stop on that seventh lap. And strategies are all different. So the only driver here who hasn't done a pit stop is our race leader, Kevin Pereira. I'm sure Kevin has to come in now as we ride down the back with the others. Not too sure what exactly happened to Viren, because Viren was really in second spot all the way around, and he was driving brilliantly at that point. And we ride with Shammi, who's 11th. I think he's had a bad day in the office today, because Shammi is a very, very good driver this track, and this car may not be suiting him. Kenneth Wong, I think we have it. Ken Wu. We have to give a lot of praise to Ken Wu, because Ken Wu is our oldest driver here of 50 years, and credit to him to have been here. He's got the Stamford tires and the Falcon tires logo all over on the car. Brilliant car, beautiful drive, and we ride again with Ethan Yo. He's now notched up a 2-second gap to Thiago. Thiago falling back a little bit now. And Brian Pereira, who's in third, is now slowly clawing into Thiago's lead there of 7.3 seconds from Brian. Brian having a gap of 3 seconds now to Rushdie Irshan, and Viren Boteju having a 9-second gap to Rushdie Irshan as well. So all these drivers now falling into a slight rhythm, as one would say. It's a wonderful, amazing, wonderful racing experience that we're giving these drivers. 7 drivers from Singapore against 7 drivers from Sri Lanka. Some of them is a first time for guys like Karo Karam or Ang, as we call him. First time ever to take part in any kind of sim racing. Absolute credit to him to have come out with this, and we wish him all the very best as we ride on board with Rushdie Irshan, as Akil Rizni is in 5th place all by himself. Viren Moteju again all by himself, but he's got Karakaram, that is An and Kevin Pereira right on his tail. So Kevin has done a pit stop after his long stint. He's done a pit stop, and Kevin is now down to 8th place. But ladies and gentlemen, all is not lost for Kevin, because Kevin is one. He might run the whole race without having to do a second pit stop, and Kevin is running on. Karakaram is running on medium tires. That's a great thing, which I see. He's done something which the others have not thought of doing. Running this thing on mediums, can run a bit longer. Maybe his lap times are more than the rest, but he will run a bit longer because his tires will last a little longer. And there you have it. Kevin Pereira slowly snakes his way past Karoram, or Ang as we call him, in that casino triangle there. As we ride on board, the cars now all falling into a rather pattern there. Thiago maintaining the 7.2 seconds from Brian Pereira. Brian, our championship leader at one point in the national championship in Sri Lanka. Beautiful drive from this boy. Again, a driver who's taken part in Formula races in India. He's raced formulas in Sri Lanka. He's raced the endurance karting in Sri Lanka. Raced the Miami X30s at our racetracks in Sri Lanka. So got a lot of experience there. But the day is with Ethan Yo. He's led the first race all the way from start to finish, and now he's come all the way from the back to lead the second race as well. And technically or provisionally, he will lead the points table for this Cmsc Mss Cup championship. Thiago is in second place, as we see him in that golden color Porsche RSR, and Brian in the blue RSR, Rushdie in the red RSR, and Akil in the green RSR. So there you have it, 2, 3, 4, 5, all driving Porsches, and Viren deciding to be different and driving the mighty Aston Martin. Viren has a thing for being different. is, as they say, dare to be different, and that is Viren Boteju, all the way in that blue Aston Martin of his. Not the ideal car, not the ideal track for it, but still, he tries his level best to stay ahead of Kevin Pereira, who's now hounding him as well. All these guys having to come in for a pit stop very soon. I think, if you ask me, the top three drivers will have to come into the pits within the next 2 to 3 laps for their second stint, and that's going to be very strange because not too sure whether Bruce Irshan and Akil Rizny for sure looks like he can go all the way to the wire. Viren, I don't think he can. He's going to come in very soon. Kevin Pereira, from what I see, is going to be able to go all the way. And from the looks of it, if Ethan does not pull his socks up and go a little faster, Kevin is going to be our leader for race 2. That, I feel, is the order of the day as it is now, because Kevin has 28 seconds and it takes 33 seconds to do a pit stop here. Unless they underfuel and go, there is no way that Kevin is going to be able to go. And that's another strategy, ladies and gentlemen. These guys underfuel, they don't have the full fuel stop, and that will shorten their pit stop as well. Again, we ride on board with Viren all by himself. We've got Sim5 driver 2, that is Jensen Wong, again all by himself. We ride with Karo Karam. These two guys have been fighting for quite some time now. Shami Alvis and Ang here in the two Porsches. One, I'm not too sure what color you would call that car. It is not pink. It's not yellow either. Sam, why don't you come across a couple of words here? I'm shouting my voice off on this one. Sam next to me running the entire race proceedings is in charge of the communication system. We've got a comlink running live with all the drivers to tell them if they do something potty on track. Principal Sam here tells them, guys, you know, that's not the way you do things. And we see Viren Boteju again having a 0.8 second penalty for doing something which he shouldn't have done. Ideally 4 wheels off the track, and he did it again there. The game automatically picks up if you've done that, and there you see Viren going into the pits. Brian Pereira has gone into the pits as well, and I'm assuming Thiago and Ethan will come into the pits in the next few laps. They've got to come in. They've lost the better part of their tires, and there's absolutely no use because they'll be losing time to the guys behind. But Rushdie Ishan is not really making much progress on them either. So from what I see, Thiago and Ethan might go another lap, or at the end of this lap, we'll find the two of them coming in. It'll be interesting to see whether Brian, with the undercut, will jump Thiago in the pits. A little difficult because Brian's gap to Thiago was not ideally close. The guy to watch out for will be Kevin Pereira, because Kevin will be the guy who will be doing this whole thing on one pit stop. So Kevin Pereira at the moment, 28 seconds away from Ethan. I think Ethan might be safe to come out in and out before Kevin, but Thiago for sure may not retain his second slot. As you see the light in Thiago's car blinking with the fuel light, that means he's come to the end of his fuel. Ethan is at the same point. His fuel has dropped as well, and they will not be going in for a full refill. It will be only for to take them up for 6 laps. And as Ethan, I hope he doesn't miss the pit entrance. As he goes, rare you go see him going in there. Ethan in the pits. Thiago snaking around Casio, and now he's coming into the pits as well. Let's see what Irshan is going to do. No, he's not going to come into the pits. He's going to stay out. And Ethan, oh, he's coming into the pits as well. That's a bit of an early pit stop for him. Ethan has been running on medium tires, which means he's only going to come in for some fuel and might go out without changing tires. Yes, let's see. Let's wait. Let's ride on board with Ethan. Ethan he's taken on new tires from what I see. Tires being refueled, and out he goes. Yes, he's got new tires, new fuel. Kevin is in front by 2 seconds to Ethan. Wow, Kevin, that was a brilliant one. And Thiago is third. Rushdie Irshan is fourth. and Brian Pereira is 5th. So the gap between Thiago and Rushdie is a little bit of sunlight between the two of them. Rushdie is a tough driver. It'll be interesting to see whether Thiago can pull away from Rushdie. Thiago on his own is brilliant. Thiago behind with somebody behind him. That's going to be, we're going to have to wait and see whether he's going to have the same amount of impetus as well. But the man who made it happen is Kevin Pereira. Kevin is leading this race, round 1, race 2 from Ethan Yo, but Ethan is hounding Kevin through with that mighty monster of a GTR. Amazing drive by Kevin, super drive by Ethan, and Ethan is going to make sure that he is going to hassle Kevin all the way as Thiago is being hassled by Rushdie Irshan. Where's Brian? There's Brian. Brian is there, and to find simplified driver 1, that's Asafi in the same frame as well. As we ride again with Rushdie. Rushdie hassling Thiago. The gap is so small, he wouldn't be able to move a shoe between the two. And as they go past Dunlop into the long smooth curve, both having to brake very, 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 very late to make sure that they get a good drive out of the corner. It's the 6/10 there. Rushdie having the benefit of the toe from this as we ride again with Ethan Yo. Ethan has dropped it to 2 seconds. So there you see Ethan Yo has tremendous car control, and I'm made to understand that he's running steering which could be a Fanatec because his directional movement in car rotation is more than any other driver we see today. So he's got a lot of feedback. He's 1.4 seconds around this circuit. He's got a very, very good feel for the car. It is the rig he's driving. He's a sim driver, 18 years of age. And there you see 1.1. Give him a couple of more turns, and he would have taken Kevin Pereira within the first few corners. There are 6 corners, as I said earlier, before you come to the Dunlop curve. There you see the car coming all the way into the last bit of the left-right corners into Dunlop. We'll go into Degna in a little while. The right-hander, which is just under the bridge. The first of the right-handers is the Degna curve. That's Degna there. And then you have the second of the right-handers. Then you go under the bridge. Right, you go right down there in his tail. I'm sure Rushdie, Ethan will take him on the inside. Yes, took him on the inside of the corner, all the way around him. Amazing car control. Kevin tries to go across and makes sure that the car is out of spool, that he gets it perfectly there. Amazing there to see these guys do this. I hope there's no contact. Ethan nicely around the outside. Kevin will not be able to put his nose on the inside because Kevin's tires have seen a little more rubber being burnt than Ethan. And in the process of us trying to fight and explain about Ethan, looks like Irshan has got the better of Thiago. Thiago on the outside of Irshan now. I'm not too sure whether that's going to stick because it's got all the way around, and the gap between Rushdie and Thiago is very high. Rushdie goes to the outside to block the pathway, but that's going to compromise his line there. But Rushdie lives to fight another day into the Casio corner. First the right, then the left, and the long right-hander into the main straight. And I'm sure Thiago will go right into the exhaust of, no, he doesn't. He takes the outside line, Rushdie takes the inside line. I would have taken, if I was Thiago, I would have gone all the way on the inside and got the toe, but there you have it. Oh gosh, that was a mighty, that was really bad. I think Thiago carried a lot more speed, and Rushdie got it completely wrong there. Or did he glitch there? I'm not too sure. Something really went wrong there. I think Rushdie has glitched. It was something to do with his connection. And if you look at it, we've got 2 drivers who've glitched in that little bit. And we've lost about 2 drivers. It's amazing what can happen in this game. Sam tells me there was no glitch, that it was driver error that caused him to go off. And we'll ride now with Brian Pereira, who's 3.5 seconds away from Thiago. Kevin is now 6 seconds adrift from Thiago. and Kevin has fallen by 3 seconds from Ethan. So Ethan, the man today, our hero for the day, Ethan Yo, in that mighty GTR, he handles it like a little toy, being chased by Kevin, and Thiago now is 6 seconds adrift from Kevin. So great achievement by Kevin and Thiago. They've done phenomenally well, both having a similar amount of fuel. They've got 3 laps more to go. They can pull that out. Simfine driver 1, that is Asafi, is in 5th place. Asafi, unfortunately, is being hounded by Akil Disney, who's all over the tail of Asafi, and all credit to him. That's amazing to stay in front of Akil. Akil is not an easy contender. He's going to give it to you all the way. Not easy, as I said earlier. And Asafi turns in beautifully, blocks it. I hope he gets a good acceleration there. Akil gives him a small bump on the back, which gives Asafi a little bit of more momentum. And Asafi lives to fight another day, as one would call it. But unfortunately, Asafi's tires are pretty short, and he's not going to be able to figure this one out, because into these next bit of corners, and Akil Rizny makes a right royal error there, and Asafi must be breathing a sigh of relief. Akil got it all wrong, got his laces in a knot, and went off in that first corner, just like Rusty Irshan did. And there you see Brad really not making much of progress on Thiago. Thiago still holding 3.4 seconds ahead, and Kevin Pereira there holding stead as well. And from what I see something happening, and I think, if I'm not too mistaken, Kevin's tires are beginning to fade, because the gap to Ethan has gone from 3 seconds to 6 seconds, and the gap to Thiago, which was 6 seconds, has dropped to 4.3 and is continuously reducing. I don't know whether we will see a change of position in the next 2 laps, but for sure, Kevin is being caught by Thiago. Thiago is now putting the hammer down, and as the proverbial commentator would say, pedal to the metal, and if in doubt, flat out, as the one would say, they pushing it all the way there. But again, credit goes to Ethan Yo for his performance today. Akil Rizny is now 4.5 seconds away adrift from Asafi, and Shami Alvis is 1.7 seconds away from Viren Boteju. All in all, great day of racing, phenomenal driving from all round, and we have to congratulate all our drivers, including the new drivers who come from Singapore. That is Ken Wu, as well as Hayden, Jensen Wong, Masabi, Ken Wu, Ang, and Jensen Wong. All drivers who are joining us in this championship. Did I see? Yes, I did see, but he manages to hold it in place. Our driver, Jensen Wong, had a bit of a moment there. His tires are also on the limit. These last 2 laps are generally very hairy, because the tires are giving away from them, as Kevin Pereira is now only 3 seconds adrift from Thiago. There's 2 laps more to go. We are on the 19th lap. Once we do the 19th, we are on the final lap, and that's the point where these drivers have to be very, very careful. Anything can happen, because you're going to run out of fuel, or you're going to run out of your tires. And you need to make sure that you keep the car squarely in the block hole, not make any mistakes. Just make sure that you turn in at the right point, your apexes are right, your brushing points are right, your throttling out is very, very, very controlled, and ensure that you don't make mistakes. I don't see any change, but from what I see, Thiago has brought it down to 4.3 seconds now, and he is closing the gap on Kevin. Brian is also closing the gap on Thiago. He's dropped down to 4 seconds. I think these two guys have had their strategy was that they go for it in the last 2 laps. Let's see, because from what I see, Kevin has lesser rubber on his tires left, and in these fast corners, he's not going to be able to hold it up together. Thiago has now got within 2 seconds of Kevin, and Ethan Yo has pulled a lead of 10 seconds away from Kevin Pereira. All credit to Ethan Yo coming all the way from 14th place, now in taking the lead, and this is two races back to back that he's managed to pull this off. So he qualified in pole, he got from pole all the way to the checkered flag in first place, and in the reverse grid he started off last in 14th place and went through the grid, overtook everybody, and is now 11 seconds away from Kevin Pereira, who's second. Ethan Yo, our champion up to now. Amazing drive by the young man, 18 years of age, from his home, pulled a stunt and a half, and there you see Kevin Pereira struggling all the way around. These corners are high on degradation. Braking is missing the apex there by a country mile, as one would call it. And Thiago has now brought it down to 1.5 seconds. Not too sure whether this can happen in the last bit. Kevin is a tough driver. Catching him is one thing. Overtaking him is totally different ball game. We'll ride on board with Ethan Yo as he goes into the long area. There's a yellow flag being waved for Ethan. I'm sure there's a car which has gone off before him. We're on the final lap. Thiago has not made that kind of an impression. He's 1.2 seconds away from Kevin Pereira, but we'll stay with Ethan Yo, our championship leader, provisionally, of course. And there you see it, ladies and gentlemen, snaking and snailing along. Our winner, Ethan Yo, as he comes in first. Kevin Pereira in second. All credit to him. Thiago is on the last bit. I am wondering, the gap is so small. 4 tenths there. Thiago 4 tenths from third. Brian is in fourth place. Our Simfy driver won. That is Asafi in. Akil Disney has taken Asafi in the last bit of the 130R, braking hard into Casio. And I'm sorry to say that Asafi is down to 6th place as Akil Risni takes 5th slot from Asafi. Asafi 6th. Shami Alvis is 7th. There you have it. Shami Alvis. Viren has come in 7th, and we have our good old man Ang, all the way from Singapore, coming in. He's just managing to get past the line. And Ken Wu is in 11th place. That's our classification for this race 2. We thank each and every one of you for watching this phenomenal round 1, and we thank our sponsors once again: Stamford Tires, Falcon, and Simfy from Singapore, Petronas Cynthium, SLT Mobitel, Lab 57, AAAR, and House of Glass from Sri Lanka. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. We hope to see you soon. Guys, any videos, please send quickly.
Just as I have to keep cool, calm, and composed under pressure to perform at my best, so does the power unit. During the race, temperatures inside the car soar. The Petronas Cynthium helps to keep the inner cool, reducing friction and absorbing excessive heat within the power unit to ensure that optimal performance, efficiency, and reliability can be extracted.
I'm Rob from Grip RS, and we're down here at Stanford Tires HQ at Lock Yard. Stanford has been a brand that's been around since the 1930s, and they have an extensive network all around Singapore. Today at the HQ, we're going to give you a walkthrough tour of their workshop and talk about some of the products and services they provide. So here's the tire side of the workshop. So you can see a couple major brands that they carry are Falcon and Continental, which are renowned all over the world. Talking about tires, so you see a few customers getting their tires and wheels changed over today. And I guess we'll talk a little bit about maintaining the life of your tires. So over here you see there's tires being balanced to make sure that you don't get the vibration right on the road. And here's a laser alignment rig. So this is a state-of-the-art alignment service that they provide that makes sure that the tires you buy last the longest life that they can last. Over here you can see the rest of Stanford's facility, and you can see really how large their workshop is. Besides the tires, Stanford also offers servicing. So whether you've got a Continental vehicle or Japanese or Korean vehicle, you can bring it over here. So whether it's a minor service or something more major like suspension or other repairs, Stanford really offers a one-stop motoring solution. I'm inside the showroom now, and you can see this huge selection of wheels behind me. I think when I'm modifying a car or want to customize it to my look, the biggest visual impact is to change the wheels on your vehicle. So any JDM enthusiast will recognize these names like Rays, like Wed Sport. So Stanford also carries its own in-house range, the SSW wheels, and they carry all the appropriate certifications, TUV, JWL, and EAC certification, and is marketed all around the world. You can see some of the accessories on sale here. When I come into one of these showrooms, the first aisle I go down here is usually the car cleaning products. So over here you can see some of the car cleaning products available. So I personally choose Maguire's. So it's Chinese New Year, time to give yourself some love, and if you're going to do that, I think it's worthwhile buying a premium product, and you'll be really makes the result worthwhile. And here we have the real star of Stanford. It's a Stanford Tires Auto Rescue Van. So I think when it comes to driving, the most unglamorous part about it is maybe being stuck on the expressway late at night, or maybe it's early in the morning when you're going to get to work and you've got a flat battery, you can't start. So we talked about Stanford's service. So they've miniaturized the whole thing into these 5 meters here, and they will come to you any time of the day.
What makes a nation great? Is it the richness of its heritage, the beauty of its natural bounty, the state of its state-of-the-art, or is it the bonds that bind us? For decades, SLT Mobitel has been linking Sri Lankan lives and uniting the nation. Whatever the future may look like, we'll always be right here, connecting you to the things you care most about. SLT Mobitel, the connection.